Alright, hello. Getting started on time for once today. Let's get switched over here. So, hopefully today I'll finally be finishing the Supremacy armor. I have been having a lot of fun working on this, but I am also glad I've been pacing myself to just do this on stream. Because it's been a big project. So, as for where we are at, the legs and body are done. I went ahead and did this off stream, and honestly, it's a good thing I did, because I ran into a couple hiccups. I went ahead and got the magnets glued into the little slots for it, so I can take the arms on and off as I please. Speaking of, got that done for the arms as well. Obviously not cleanly, but got there. So now I can just slot these in, and they'll stay. And, yeah, need to tilt the camera up just a hair. Did I drill the holes, or did they come like that? This actually came like that. The manual in the back of the instruction manual in the back even had a little image showing what size magnets to use for them, which I love. I wish they did that kind of stuff more often. But yeah, it is looking pretty good. So today, we're just going to be working on the shoulder guns and the head, because that's all that's left. Let me get that out of the way. I might just get the head done first, because then I don't need the color reference open for the base body anymore. That, and it's a nice, quick and easy thing to start with. Yeah, I really wish the, more of the big resin Forge World kits did that, especially for things that you can, you have different options for, like the arms. But unfortunately, that was, a one-off decision they seem to have made, because even for the, shoulder weapons, they did not give you magnet options. So, and I probably could try to magnetize these, but I'm gonna be honest, it seemed like a heck of a lot more trouble than it's worth. So, and realistically, I'm not too concerned about swapping the shoulder weapons out on this thing. The rail cannon is the funny option, and would be the one I would take 90% of the time anyway. And I don't think the other, being able to switch to the other shoulder guns would make or break whether or not I could use this thing. Alright. Set that over there. Speaking of magnetized, for my PBC and Rhino, just glued magnets to the tracks. Okay. Hey, whatever works, right? Whatever gets it in the case. There's my magnifying glass. Sure, it sits 2 millimeters higher, but I don't think that matters. No, not really. Yeah, it won't really matter rules-wise. The only real argument I think would matter to not put for not putting the magnets just on the bottom of the tracks is if you just don't want it the visual of it something underneath it holding it up. But if you don't care, then it doesn't matter. And personally, my solution doesn't really... I can't really say it looks any better, because mine is just some magnets just roughly glued on the bottom of the hull. See how I feel about it after a while. I've been going back and forth on how I want to do the head ever since I started this thing. Because for the battle suits, typically the like we'll sometimes use the like whatever secondary color of the Tau Sept has as the like head, and I've done that for all of my commanders. And it seems like I should do it here too, because I will continue to rant about how this thing for some reason doesn't have the battlesuit keyword. It is still considered a battlesuit in lore, so it seems like I should do, like, because like I've been doing yellow for the heads for all my battlesuit commanders. So it seems like I should still follow that rule here, but the only hesitation I have is it will be the only yellow on the entire model, and I'm wondering if it'll just look better if I don't. I'm still kind of on the fence about it, and I was hoping I would have had my mind made up before today, but then, I don't know, maybe just having a tiny bit of yellow on the model will help break it up a bit too, so I don't know. Not sure how I feel about people making suggestions, but I like the idea of a pop of yellow. Yeah, I mean, suggestions are welcome. Like, ultimately, I'm gonna go with whatever I think I like best, but no, yeah, no, by all means, make suggestions. Yeah, let me finish getting the black here. In fact, I was even thinking of, when doing the primer, I was even thinking of, like, I was just going to do the head in gray, because I was still not sure if I was going to do the yellow or not. Let me, here. Let's see how it's going to look as it is. Like, that's not bad, but yeah, I do think the blue is, like, it's not standing out enough. So yeah, let's, you know what, let's paint it as the yellow, and absolute worst case scenario, if I don't like it, I'll paint it again. Oh, like, I already, so, as far as, like, lore reasons and whatnot, I've already been painting my battle suits that way, of, like, using the, because, like, that's the reason why all my commanders have the yellow heads, as well as, like, the squad leaders for the individual crisis suit units. Because, I believe Sept is the term, usually has, like, a primary and a secondary color. And the secondary is usually put, like, directly on the head or, like, the antenna and whatnot, so. Alright. Yeah, I don't have any of my crisis suits sitting around to, compare, but I guess, looking back, like, when I did my Ghost Keels, the head was the only thing on the whole model that was yellow, and that looked really good. So yeah, I think that alone is probably good enough reason to commit to it. I was hung up on the fact that it would be the only yellow on the whole model, but that's been the case for some of the others I've done, so no real reason not to do it here. Now I do really wish I had done gray primer on the head, though. That would have been a little bit better for this, but it'll be fine. Probably gonna take a couple coats, though. So the Orc Codex is finally going up for pre-order next week, and I'm pretty excited. It's definitely like making me realize how much we still haven't seen of the changes for this edition, right? Like, because all the it's made me realize there's a bunch of changes still coming that we're not going to see until each individual codex drops. Because it looks like Flamers are definitely being completely rebalanced, and I think I talked about this before. Or maybe not even rebalanced, just redesigned in how they work. I guess it's not that different, but it's, I don't know, it's a noticeable difference. And I know some people are wondering if we're going to get, like, actual combi weapons back, where they're, like, have two different firing functions as opposed to just the weird version that we have currently. I think I'd be completely on board with that. The only thing I'm not sure about is, like, mechanic-wise, I have no hesitancy there. It's just the thing a lot of people seem to be going off of about that is the fact that Orc combi rockets are showing up as separate weapon profiles now, but I think they were already before. I think. So I don't know that that's really changing. But I don't know. We'll see. I've also heard some rumors that I also heard some rumors that I'm not crazy about. I hope these aren't true, but we'll see. One of the things I heard is that Space Marines are just across the board going to be going from 2 to 3 wounds, which I really don't like, but we'll see. I mean, even if that does happen, it's not going to make or break the game for me. I will still enjoy it, but I don't know. I feel like Space Marines are pretty dominant anyway. Wonder if Terminators will get a bump. Maybe, because I know some types of Terminators, like the Deathwing Knights for Dark Angels, have 4 wounds instead of 3. So it could be, if regular Space Marines are going to go to 3 across the board, I could see Terminators going to 4, like, more consistently. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I don't... Like, I understand that Space Marines are not necessarily as dominant as it can sometimes appear to be. Like, because, like, right now, Orcs are the most dominating faction in tournaments, I believe. But, and heck, the Orcs have got 1 wound. But in, at least, it's definitely a skewed perspective I have from my local area. I feel like the vast majority of armies I see being played are various Marine factions. Death's Route should have 4. I actually agree. Like, I think being that they are your like super fancy Terminators, I agree they should have 4 wounds. But boy, that, on the subject of Death Guard, though, that actually does make me dread a little bit of like that would make Plague Marines toughness 6, 3 wounds. That's like, it's not the worst, but that's still kind of rough to get through. That makes them so tanky. Like, and they're already very tanky, so. But then, you know, stuff like Dev Wounds exists, and... So yeah, and honestly, with how slow Death Guard are as well, I feel like that's probably... I'm saying I dread having to deal with it, but balancing-wise, it's probably actually fine. Like, they could probably use a little bit more sturdiness just to leverage how slow they are. It's also possible, like I said, what I heard was also a rumor, so whether or not it'll be true, who knows. But we'll just have to wait and see. with the, I am really excited, like, for stuff with orcs coming up. I am really excited that Gazcool is basically going to function like a Primarch now instead of, just a really big leader. And I was really hoping to pick him up before, it became impossible to find one. But unfortunately, I was not quick enough. So now I am, if I ever want to get Gazcool, I am now at the mercy of whenever Games Workshop decides to restock things. And considering I'm pretty sure they still have not restocked the Defiler since it launched, I'm not holding my breath. But the moment I do see Gazcool available somewhere, I'm going to do everything I can to get him. Because I kind of, like, even before I was, like, sold on using him, I wanted to get him anyway, just because it's a really cool model. That, and I've already got, Yarick, so, you know. If I have one, I gotta get the other. Okay, I think that's pretty good for the yellow. Now let's clean up some of my sloppiness. Oh yeah, and I talked about this on a previous stream, I forget how long ago, but the update to the Majora's Mask randomizer I used is up, so assuming I get this done tonight, probably gonna do a Majora's Mask randomizer on Wednesday. I will hopefully have time to do the homework I've been meaning to between now and then, and just make a nice cheat sheet for all of the time-sensitive events, just so I don't have to remember it all in the moment. Or at least the ones that aren't, like, obvious. So like I said, I know there's the one grotto in the swamp that's only on day 2. I never remember exactly what time all the cafe stuff happens at. Apparently I've been completely wrong on what time I need to go to the ranch to stop the aliens, because I know the one time I went to do that and it was already too late, so just need to make a little cheat sheet for myself just to just so I'm not having to backtrack quite as much to do things that I missed on a given day. Just because I either had the time wrong or forgot the time. I don't know if there... It might be that the Southern Swamp is the only, like, day-sensitive grotto, but I just want to look that up and just double-check. And I've never really... Majora's Mask Rando coming up, is that what we're talking about? Yep. Yep, 2-Ship had a, the update for it is live, and it has some new changes to the randomizer, which is one of the big things I was waiting for. So, probably going to be trying that out on Wednesday, as long as this gets done tonight. And if for some reason this doesn't get done, depending on how much is left, I might just be able to start it in like the back half of stream on Wednesday or something. So we'll see. We'll see. I would prefer to just have this done. Dry slightly before I put on another coat. Alright. That looks good. I might need to do another coat later when that dries, but we'll see. Alright, let's bring the body in one more time here for one more comparison. Oh yeah, that's much better. Yeah, the yellow was definitely the correct choice. Alright, let's set that aside again. Now hopefully that should be... I shouldn't have to pick it up again until we are doing the final assembly of everything. Okay. On to the weapons. Now, how do I want to do the shoulder launcher here? Alright. Where is my nearly ruined brush that I've been using for all the black? Which one is it? I didn't think it was this one. Maybe it is. It must be. Okay. Okay. Now, what color am I doing for the missiles? Like the official art just shows like a metallic, but it's not typically how I've been doing the missiles for Tau. I think I might just want to do these black. want a slightly smaller brush for this. Which one? Not sure. This one will do. Oh, whoops, I just realized I forgot to turn on the extra light. There we go. That should be a little bit better lighting for stream. I don't usually use it when I'm just painting on my own. But I think it does help with the camera a bit. Alright, I think that's good for the missiles. I do want to get one more spot here, though. Alright, now my gray. You know what? I think I just want to go to the smaller brush for this part. Less likely to make big mistakes. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's only meant to be the front part. Oh, hey! Thank you for the raid! Well, hi! Welcome. I never usually get these. Thank you. I guess. Hi, I'm, Reroute. I'm a variety streamer. I do, sometimes I do mini paintings, sometimes I do Zelda randomizers, or just playthrough of a game I've been meaning to get to that's a bit in my backlog, so. Nemo said you were painting something. I saw Supremacy armor. Well, again, welcome everybody. I can't promise I'm the most entertaining person, but I do enjoy just kind of casually hanging out and chatting while I work on stuff. Yeah, we are, this is stream number 4 of working on the Supremacy armor. This hopefully will be finishing it up today. I have the body and arms just off to the right of me that I can show off in just a moment. And, today, we just finished up, the majority of the head. So all that's left is the shoulder weapons. And I'm realizing that I started this off covering way more of that in the gray than I needed to. Alright, before I get too sidetracked, let's go ahead and pause here for a moment so I can show off for everybody that just got here the full scope of what it is I'm working on. So here's everything that's done. It has been a heck of a project so far. Very fun, but still working on it. The head is basically done. It just needs a highlight on the eye lens still, and a wash before I glue it, like permanently glue it on. Let me get that out of the way. And aside from that, all that's left to do is the missile launcher and this ludicrous shoulder cannon. So yeah, that's where I am currently at. Also, sorry if I go silent from time to time. I have a tendency to just get caught up in listening to music and forget to say anything for a little while. It's never been so bad as that day I forgot I was streaming for about 10 minutes. That that was probably the most embarrassing that's ever been. But I will sometimes go a little quiet, especially when chat is slow. Doing a fixed missile rail cannon or swappable with the pulse ordnance stuff. I'm just gonna do fixed. I unfortunately do not. As much as I would love to be able to swap things around, I'm not really skilled enough at this to, like, do my own drilling of holes for, like, magnetizing stuff, and especially with a kit this expensive, I would rather just have it be a static loadout and not mess it up. That also, from my understanding, the Supremacy armor is not amazing, and so my ability to swap out the back weapons is not gonna determine how playable it is. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it is, like, nearly half my army concentrated into one model that will, like, just die to concentrated fire. One time I was streaming, went on break screen, passed out, 8 hours later, woke up. Rule of cool means is amazing. See, now that, I mean, that's why I have it, right? Like, I didn't pick it up because it was competitive. I picked it up because it's a giant stompy robot, and it has big numbers on its damage rolls. Which again is also why, if I'm gonna go with one fixed back weapon, it's gonna be the rail cannon, because it can drop an Imperial Knight in one shot. Well, okay, technically the 2 shots, but you know what I mean, in one firing. And the big numbers are very funny. Is it the most efficient weapon? Probably not, but it's funny. Although, I joked about this on previous streams of working on this. I am very tempted to throw together a list that's essentially just the Supremacy armor, 2 Storm Surges, and like 400 points of Marker Lights. And just let my opponent deal with it. Like, well, I don't expect it to be good, but it will be a very funny army to run. Wish I had one when a friend brought a warlord to a game. Okay, see, now that would be the yeah, I would love to go up against a like something real big with this. Granted, in a game where you're like, if you're playing a game in which a warlord titan's in play, I imagine the point limit is high enough that 800 points for this thing is not that much of a detriment, right? Like, I feel like the only thing that makes this thing bad is the fact that it's, like, in a tournament list, it's like half your army. But having gone to 2 tournaments now, where one I played against a 3 Baneblade list, and the previous one I played against double Stompas, I figure now it's my turn to do something very silly. That was when only the Riptide existed. Ah, okay. Yeah, I hope the Tau get something cool when their codex comes out this edition. I'm not going to hold my breath, because it seems like someone at Games Workshop really has some sort of personal grudge against the Tau having cool things, so... Or at least good things. And I'm like 90% joking when I say that, but it certainly feels true some days. Not played tabletop since Riptide was fresh. I mean, I'm very newly into the hobby. Like, I started playing 40k, I want to say, during the last 2 years of 10th edition? Maybe just the last year? I don't remember exactly. But I've not been playing super long. So I don't really know what playing Tau was like in previous editions. Or, well, anything for that matter. I didn't even I didn't even get my first Tau model on the table until after the Twin Lance had already come out and gotten nerfed. So it was true back then. Tau got the Riptide immediately after the Eldar got the Wraith Knight. And I'm like, you gave Tau the biggest model in a lovely mech and immediately gave the Dying Alien race a new, bigger mech. Yeah. What bothers me the most, and I've ranted about this before, it still bothers me so much that neither the Riptide, or not the Riptide, sorry, neither the Storm Surge or the Supremacy Armor get the Battlesuit keyword. So like if you're running like mech-focused armies, they don't get to benefit from it, which is just so weird to me. It's like just such an arbitrary like I guess I will accept the Storm Surge not getting it because like, all right, by definition, it's meant to be an artillery platform, not a mech. It just happens to be on legs. Sure, fine. I will buy that one not being a battlesuit. Their own lore blurb about the Supremacy Armor calls it a battlesuit, but it doesn't get the benefit from any of the battlesuit rules. It's just, come on, man. But I do have a lot of fun playing the Tau, jokes aside. Like, they have definitely been the first army that I feel like I've really clicked with. Because, like, I also play Imperial Knights and Dark Angels. And I've enjoyed every... Like, I enjoy playing every faction I have, but something about the way the Tau want to be played has really kind of clicked in my head, and I feel like I actually am using like proper strategy with them, and it's been very satisfying to do. Like, do I have room to improve with them? Oh, certainly, but I do enjoy them. Is it because they're both what I would class as Forge World models rather than base Warhammer ones? So yes, well, okay, in the like the Supremacy Armor is a Forge World kit for sure. Like it's like Forge World resin and all that. But the Storm Surge is not. Like the Storm Surge is just a plastic model. It's not a Forge World kit. So I don't know. I don't know what the excuse is for the Storm Surge not being called a battlesuit. Again, I guess if you want to weirdly define it as just an artillery platform instead of a mech, sure. But it feels like a really weird technicality. And like they could even get around there being some like busted interactions with these two and like the specific battlesuit detachment by just like just excluding Titanic models from certain abilities that they don't want them to have access to, but like be able to have some of the others. Just something. Granted, I probably only feel this strongly about it is because I play the Retaliation Cadre, the like primary like battlesuit detachment, rather than like Motka or any of the like just general Tau detachments. So that's probably why I have such strong opinions about this not being defined as a battlesuit. Whereas for a lot of people it doesn't matter. And even then, like I'm thinking if I am going to use this thing, I am probably going to pivot away from the battlesuit detachment anyway, so. Enjoy the painting, gotta dash off. Well, thank you for stopping by. Always, always happy when people stop in to chat, even if it's only for a couple minutes. I love this silly hobby, and any chance I get to talk about it, all the better. Had a feeling Nemo would enjoy you. Actually going away for a month now. Oh my. Well, hope whatever the cause for that either works out or is fun or whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, because I mentioned it earlier. For the that I do Zelda randomizers, I will be again, assuming I can finish this tonight, I will probably be doing a Majora's Mask randomizer on Wednesday. So, if you are interested in that, feel free to stop by. I definitely don't know Majora nearly as well as I do Ocarina. I've done one randomizer of it before, but I think it took like 2 or 3 streams to finish the seed, so hopefully I can start speeding that up a little bit. But, I mean, it's not a race, right? Like, you know, it can take as long as I need to. But, there is definitely a point I feel like I get to in the seeds where, if I've been doing the same seed for too long, it's like, alright, I'm bored of this now, I want to move on. I got some vacation lined up. Ah, okay, so good reason for being gone for a month. Alright, well, I hope they enjoy. Yeah, I want to start learning some glitches for Majora. Unfortunately, the only tricks I've really been able to find anything on are a lot of stuff that's kind of in the ballpark of things that I struggle with doing in Ocarina as well, like bomb hovers and sort of things of that nature. So I'll do another attempt at research here probably tomorrow, and maybe even get some practice in before stream on Wednesday to see if I've figured any of them out. Yeah, because I would definitely like to get a better handle on doing stuff in Majora, because I know there's also the Ocarina Majora combo randomizer, which sounds really fun. And that's something that could be entertaining to give a try when I have a much better handle on it. Yeah, I'm excited to give Majora another go, though. And at the very least, even if I can't get any, like, tricks learned, I will at least do my best to make sure I make my little cheat sheet for all the time-sensitive stuff, so that I don't waste a bunch of time trying to remember when things happen. Because I have 100%ed Majora in the past, at least once or twice, but it's a lot to commit to memory, especially for a game I'm not nearly as familiar with. Because while I played both of them as a kid quite a lot, I never got past Great Bay as a kid. So everything that happens after that is very cloudy in memory. Like, I have done it since then, but I think I've done Stone Tower. I think I've beaten Stone Tower 3 times in my life. And one of them was the randomizer I did last time. So, you know, not a thing I am gonna be able to remember off the top of my head, especially not, like, remembering where all the checks are. Gotta go putting off some stuff. Nice chilling. Ask background noise. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for thanks for suggesting the raid my way. Appreciate it. Okay. That looks good. Let's start fixing some of these missiles. I definitely made a mess of them. It only just occurred to me, how the heck did these... I guess the yellow must have been stuck to my fingers? Huh. Yeah, because there's not really any other reason there should have been yellow paint even remotely near this. Man, I made a lot more of a mess here than I thought I did. Also, just a lot of the missiles that I just didn't hit that well. Okay. So now what's the angle this is going to be sitting at? Like this. From this angle, is there anything I desperately need to clean up? Maybe a little bit. Alright, that will... Well, I was going to say that'll probably do, but no, I can still see a little bit of unpainted resin too easily. So now let's just do this proper. That looks better. Alright. Let's go back to the blue and fix the whole section there that I shouldn't have put gray on. And just some general cleanup. Alright. That side looks pretty good. Now start cleaning up the side. So this will have a little bit more work to do since this is where I started painting the whole launcher gray before I actually took a look at what I was doing. Ooh. Oh, wasn't looking there. Accidentally scooped up some old paint in there. Which thankfully shouldn't hurt anything, just very watery. You know what? Hold on. One moment. I got some paint on my fingers, and I'm going to wipe this off before I bump the wrong thing and just get a big glob of blue paint on one of the missiles and have to paint it over again. Oh yeah, just because it's been a little while since I mentioned the idea, I figure I should talk about it again, just in case anyone is interested in this as a concept. I don't know when I'll get to do this, because it'll require a bunch of Warhammer kits that I currently don't have, but nor do I really have the money to be picking up a bunch of extra kits for things that I'm not actively going to be using as intended. But one of these days, seeing as how I am getting into orcs, I would love to do a kit bash stream of let's take a bunch of various vehicle kits and start putting parts together and see what kind of vehicles I can make. I've already got a few ideas and some things to get with intent, but it might be fun to just have a few weird ones in there just to see if there's any parts that give me some inspiration. I think the big place where this comes from idea-wise is one, people are just, especially with orcs, people are real creative with their kit bashes in like for custom vehicles and whatnot. But also just like even canonically, like there is a game that I keep meaning to play on stream one of these days called Daka Squadron, which from my very limited time with it, basically seems to be like if you've ever played the Star Wars Rogue Squadron games, it's that but with orcs. And one of the planes in that was a Necron. Is it a Doom Scythe? I forget what they're called, but the like the crescent moon shaped like Necron flyers. It's one of those that was salvaged and just turned into an orc plane, and that has really sparked some creativity on my end of wanting to take some vehicles from other factions and turn it into like an orc salvage job. So, no idea when I'll get to do that, but it's something I have been thinking about a lot. Like I said, I've already got a few ideas on specific builds I'm gonna try. But we'll see. We'll see. The missile, I gotta admit, the missile launcher is actually taking longer to paint than I was expecting it to. There is a chance we are not done with this tonight. Much as I would like to be. Like I said, if whatever's left, I know it won't. If I know it won't take too long, I will still plan on doing the randomizer on Wednesday. Might just need to take like an hour or two to finish this up first. Because unfortunately, I will not be able to do like a bonus stream or anything tomorrow to try to sneak this in beforehand. We'll see. We'll see. I could always even go a little bit late tonight if I feel like I am about to be done. I mean, if we're quick tomorrow, I mean that's true. That's true. If I'm gonna do a bonus stream though, I prefer to give folks a heads up beforehand. But yeah, no, that is true. If we get our re-clears done like in an hour or so, I could do like a late night bonus stream of just trying to wrap this up. So that you're right. That is a good point. All right, so maybe we'll go with that. Tentative. If I don't get this done tonight, maybe no promises, but possible bonus stream tomorrow to finish it if I don't. On the other hand, you know how last clears go? Yeah, I do. So yeah, there is a chance. I mean, there's also a chance I even still get this done tonight and it won't matter. But just trying to account for all possibilities. Or at least as much as I can. I mean, the funniest thing that could happen is after all of the trouble this tier has given us, like off and on throughout the course of it, the funniest thing that could happen is if we just won and done it. I'm not expecting that to happen, but we've gotten close to that happening before. And honestly, that would even feel a little anticlimactic with, again, how much trouble we have just had with this particular tier. we did it in 2 and 2. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. So, who knows? We could do it. Again, I'm not counting on it, but not impossible. Okay, there's a tiny little mark there where some paint chipped off. Okay. Just gotta get these little lights here. Okay. I think I'm pretty satisfied with the missile launcher. We will get the wash on that and get it glued on in a bit. Watching this is so relaxing. Well, good. That is the vibe I am going for. So that is very good to hear. Thank you. Now, I have been debating how I wanted to do this the entire time. Because how I've done the rail rifles for smaller Tau models is I do the entire barrel in black and then just have these like extra bits be like these pieces sticking out be the blue. The only thing I don't know is because of the size of this, if it would look better to just leave the barrel blue and have the bits that are like sticking out be like gray. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't by subtracting where it is from where it isn't. Nice. I was really hoping I would have committed to something by now, but I have not. I guess I could just... Maybe I will just start painting the barrel black. And then I'll see how I like it, and if I don't, we'll go back to it being blue. Because it certainly wouldn't be the first... Well, certainly wouldn't be the only thing I've, like, started painting one way and then changed my mind. So, let's try it. The missile is EP. Actually, you know what? Before I start doing both sides, let's just fully get the black done on one side, and then I'll know if I feel like committing to this, hopefully. Alright, so, how do I like that? I think I keep it. I'm still not sure if that's the color I want the rail cannon to be, but it'll at least be visually consistent with how I've painted the other, like, rail rifles and whatnot in the past for my other battle suits. So sure, let's stick with that. I don't know that I really like this, but I don't know that leaving it blue would be better. This also just might be one of those trust the process things where you just gotta... I'm not gonna like it until it's done, and then I'll think it looks great. painting this gun barrel like a chimney sweep. Getting the inside of the rails here is going to be a little weird. Not really working great. How else could I do this? Hold on. Right, I almost forgot I had this. Is it time to break out the weirdo brush? It might be. So I've got this. The fact that you've never played a Persona game but recognize this music, it's osmosis. I mean, yeah, I feel like the Persona 5 soundtrack specifically really got a lot of, like, really got out there when it came out. Like, that was definitely the first Persona game to really get attention beyond just the usual fan base. And it's not really that hard to see why. Like, they nailed the style of that game. Like, again, like you said, even not having played the games, it's like the even like still like just the what am I trying to say? Brain work. Like just the overall like just stylization, the way the music, just everything. Persona 5 was really good, and I got a lot of attention. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. I don't know what happened to my brain there, but Yeah, I am very happy that the Persona games have like caught on more than like they're not just a super obscure. They're not just a super obscure spin-off anymore. Because man, they're all great with some caveats, but as a whole, they're great. Should get back to Metaphor. Yeah, I need to play Metaphor. I've heard nothing but great things about it. Alright, hold on. Maybe this is the better way to go about getting the backsides of these rails. What if I do this? Is that getting it at all? Kind of. Not as well as I'd like, though. Yet another situation where painting before assembly would have helped. Though in this case, that wouldn't have been much of an option, because I think I talked about this last time. I don't know if it was due to the fault of packaging or just being in a hot warehouse or what, but when the parts for this arrived, specifically the rail cannon here, the two halves of the barrel were bent outwardly like a banana peel and going opposite directions. So I had to do some work to get them aligned again so I could assemble it. And I'm pretty happy with myself because you wouldn't even, at least as near as I can tell, it's not even noticeable that these used to be bent horribly. Alright, well, it's kind of awkward, but this might just be, unfortunately, the best way to paint these rails. annoying part is, I'm not leaving the actual rails themselves black, but I still have to do this. Just to get a lot of the space around them. So I'm gonna have to do this again with another color, but being precise. I'm not looking forward to that. Maybe, hold on, maybe instead of a wide brush, maybe just a bigger round brush. Maybe that will make this easier. Probably not. I feel like everything I've tried to make this easier has not helped, but... Well, actually, this is helping a little. It's still not perfect. But it is kind of working. Alright. It's not going to be perfect, but I at the very least got the majority of the inside of the rails. There's still going to be angles that you're going to be able to see blue inside, but again, there's only going to be, I think, so much I can do about that without having painted it before putting it together. Okay. Back to the rest of it. I'm not even sure if painting this part's necessary. I'm not sure how much of it's going to be visible once I actually mount it to the shoulder, but just in case any of it is, better to paint it just in case. Well, couple things there. Okay, I need to make sure I got my color reference here. Also, not grab it by the wet paint like I just did. Now, I'm gonna have to check when I'm done here. I'm wondering what the total number of casualties this model is going to have inflicted on my brushes. Because there's at least 2 currently that are not going to be salvageable after this. And I'm wondering if this one here is going to be number 3. Alright, this thing is getting progressively harder to hold without touching something that still has wet paint. Switch off to the smaller brush here for a couple things. Oops, sorry for bumping the mic there. My bad. Okay. Now, on to gray. Also, not to get ahead of myself, we might be 2 streams in a row without any bots. That might be a new record. Again, they've still got a little over an hour to show up and be obnoxious, but, you know. On the other hand, another hour to go, and I think that will be a new record for me not having to ban a bot partway through stream. Oh, whoops. Accidentally mixed a little bit of blue into my gray there. Oopsie. Alright, now for the small brush again. No, I already got that bit. Okay. Oop. no, don't do that. Don't do that. The paint's still drying.
I think I want this to be gray as well. one more spot here. Let's do this in gray as well. Okay, now back to the black to do some cleanup. Alright, I guess there actually wasn't that much to clean up with the black. Oh, there is a spot I missed, though. There we go. Okay, get the gray again, just for a couple little spots I noticed. Mostly in these grooves here, where I still have a little bit of blue poking through. Okay, let me grab a drink. Okay, start cleaning up the blue.
your voice brightly, 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 brightly.
All right. I think I am just about done doing corrections on the blue. I'm sure I'll keep spotting little places here and there the whole time I continue to work on it, but at the very least, everything that is immediately obvious that needed fixed is fixed. The gray back for one moment here, because I noticed a spot I missed. Now some black. Then back to the blue already, because I already see a glaring spot I missed. Oh, and a place where the paint chipped off, I think. Or I rubbed it off, one or the other.
go to the bright blue here for a couple small things. There's a little too much there. Alright, I think... Oh wait, nope, one more spot. Okay. Got that. Okay, let's get the metallic bits before I forget. Because I think there's also a spot or two I need to go back and do on the launcher, because I completely forgot to do that then. Oh my. Well, at least I caught that before I grabbed the wrong part of the model. Don't know what I did there. Need to keep a. I think I need to start keeping a roll of paper towels over here just to wipe my hands off with. I guess I probably accidentally touched the edge of the inside of the paint pot with the brush, and then I smudged that with my finger. At least I'm assuming that's what happened. Oops. Don't know how I know where to grab the model exactly to always land a finger on where the paint is still wet. Every time. Go, fix that. Okay, one more spot. Okay, that's all the lead belcher done. Rail cannon. Let's go back to the missile launcher briefly, just to get this one spot here I missed. that the only spot I need to get? I believe so, yes. Okay, on to the final step, I believe, before the wash. Just need to finish the actual rails. Alright, gonna take this nice and slow, so I hopefully don't mess anything up and make a bunch of extra work for myself. Okay, now the tricky part. Getting the back sides of these. Well, over halfway done. Alright. Done with the rails, though I did get a little sloppy at the end there. Thankfully it looks like it just got on the blue, not the black. So this will be quick fix. guess a little got on the black, but it isn't really that noticeable. Although, it looks like I need to correct some black anyway. Let's... Now, did I clean the barrel on the other side? I did. Okay, good. It was just that one spot I missed. Okay. I think that's the rail cannon done. So that means... Oh, wait. I gotta do one more thing to the head here before I forget. Need to just a tiny bright spot. Middle of the eye lens here. That went on a little bit thicker than I wanted. If I can water down the edge of it here. Very light touch. That'll do. Well, no, not quite. That just looks a little cloudy. Or not cloudy, but a little muddy. What is looking so off about this? I mean, I guess it looks fine on the camera. You know what? That's as good as it's gonna get. Alright. Little highlight on the eye is done. Oh, and you know what I didn't do? Actually, I think I want to leave those black. For consistency's sake, I probably should make the little things on the side of the head metallic, but I think I just want to leave them black in this case. Well, do I? No, let's do a metallic. Let's be consistent. Alright. Brush down. Okay, I'm gonna go swap out my paint water. Then we'll do the wash. And then this will basically be done. We'll do the final assembly here. And yeah, we'll probably end up going a little bit late here, because it's going to take me a minute to do the wash. I'll need that to dry before I can do the assembly. So we'll probably be about, might end up going like half hour late here, but then we should be done. So I will be right back. Alright, and we're back. I think this one model has used up like almost half a bottle of lawn oil by itself. Maybe more than half. I forget what this was at when I started. That's basically everything on this, except for the part I've been holding on to. Oh, right, and I didn't do the front of the barrel either. Let's do that now. I didn't really think about how I'd be able to set this down. Alright. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. Figuring out how to grip this. Alright. And again, set that down like this. Sure. I knew that was going to be a mess, but there we go. In hindsight, doing the wash on the part that's going to be connected to the body last was maybe a mistake. But because now I'm going to have to wait even longer for it to dry. But, oh well. Very delicate with how I'm holding it here, so I'm not pushing fingerprints into the wash, but there's only so much I can do about that. Alright. Should be okay. Let's just do that. Then worst case scenario, then I think it's smudged as the corners. Okay, that is the wash done on everything. Oh, more or less everything there. And again, I was kind of in a rush. I should have been taking my time a little bit more because I can already see a few dark spots forming. But oh well, I can always go over stuff later to clean it up what I messed up. Before I handle it further, I'm going to step away again one more time to wash my hands, so because I already can feel some of the gnome oil drying on my fingers. And I'm going to wash my hands so that I don't, like, smudge anything. And then that should also give this stuff a minute to dry further. Be right back again. Alright, and we're back. Alright, well, not really much I can do until things finish drying. So, I guess, yeah, just kind of sit here and chat for a minute. Wiping up some of the excess that I noticed starting to pool here. That'll hopefully even speed up the drying too. It's not as thick. Well, I think this has been a very fun project. There are definitely things that I could have done better. And I think consistently the one thing I've messed up the most has been the wash. I noticed quite a few dark spots on the arms that I should not have let pool up the way they did. And I could always repaint them if I really need to. But, actually, you know what? Hold on, let's soak up some of this excess water here. The heck? How did an orc arm get in the paper towel? Alright, and you know what? I guess we can go ahead and bring this back on camera, since we'll be working with that again here as soon as everything dries. Just gonna see if I can't soak up some of this excess. Ah, come on. I always have such a hard time gripping the lid of this thing. Nah, that's not gonna work. It doesn't feel like it's, like, stuck, like I let glue fill the cap or anything. There we go. My hands were just slipping off of it constantly. So we're gonna need that. Alright, you know what? The head is... it's just a little bit damp. Let's give it a moment before I start attaching things. Yeah, this has been a really fun project. I'm glad I did the whole thing on stream. I'm glad that if I ever wanted to, I could go back and like rewatch my process of going through this. Because again, ain't ever doing another one of these. No matter how much I wanted to. Oh, you know what, actually? I've still got a little bit of Null Oil on the palette. And before I forget, there was one spot that I did not get with the wash on here. So let's do that. That won't affect anything in terms of waiting for it to dry, so get that done before I forget. Alright, the head is seeming like it's good and dry. Turn that around so I can see what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm putting it on the socket of the... I don't know why I'm putting it on the head and not in the socket of the body, so I don't risk dripping it, but these are the decisions I've made.
also just a touch of normal oil pooling on the head there that I didn't see. Let's try to clean that up. All right. There's the head in place. Which I guess I might as well turn around because I'm going to need it to be facing another direction when I do the weapons anyway. Oops, gotta be careful I don't bend the gun barrels, but... Alright, how's this doing? Still a little wet. Oh, you know what? Actually, while we are waiting for this to dry, this is something I should do now, before we glue things together, because it's going to be much more awkward to do it later. I've got a few lenses and whatnot to put my extra little layer on. There. And there. Now for the rail cannon. Got a few here. Okay, there's those ones done. Down there, and then I think, yep, there's one more here. Just that extra little bit to make them look glassy. Oh, hey, you can actually see. Actually, putting the camera down the barrel, I did an okay job at getting the inside of the rails. There's almost certainly still going to be bare spots that you can see from the right angles, but that was a lot more thorough than I was afraid I was, so I will take it. Okay, now we are just waiting on this stuff to dry. I could maybe glue it in now. I just don't know if the dampness will mess with the glue or not, and this is not something I want to risk anything going wrong on. So we'll just hang out and chat a few more minutes. Yep, I have very much enjoyed working on this. This was really fun, and I cannot wait to sit this stupid thing on the table and start rolling dice with it. Like, again, I'm not expecting it to be any more than, like, a fun novelty, but I don't care. It is the biggest, stompiest mech I can get for the Tau, and I really look forward to seeing what it can do. Alright, how's the railgun coming? Also... do I have another brush here that's dry that I could use to soak up some of this excess? Yes, I do. I used the other brush earlier, but I think that was just because I had just cleaned it. It had water in it, so it wasn't really helping. about this one? You know, the fun part, well, I say the fun part, now will be when I do decide to take it to a game. How the heck am I going to fit it in my case along with the rest of whatever army I can bring? Because, it's big. It's very, very big. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Since we're still waiting on things to dry, I'm going to get up one more time. And I'm going to grab the Storm Surge, and we'll do, because we did the size comparisons on the Storm Surge while I was building it. Let's do one more now that it's going to be fully assembled. One moment. Alright, and back. I'd taken the Storm Surge off my desk because I thought, well, we're done comparing it. I don't need it sitting over here anymore. And I didn't even think about we should take one more look at it with them side by side after the final assembly. It just still makes me laugh. It's a little offset because it's sitting on top of my brushes, but very good. Alright. I am fairly confident in this being dry enough now. So let's turn you sideways so I can see what I'm doing. Let's do a quick dry fit to see what parts need to be glued together. Okay. Alright. That's it. I'm committed to running the rail cannon and the missiles. Not coming out now. Alright, I think now we're going to need to zoom out even more. Alright, well, the camera is now on, now zoomed back out as far as it can go. This is the default angle now. Which is funny because I'm not even sure if the rail cannon will fit in frame. Alright. Alright, rail cannon seems good and dry. Let's again do a dry fit just to see what all's making contact. we go. One moment. I see a very bad puddle of gnome oil on the back here that is very dry. Might actually just have to correct that with a brush. Or like with repainting it. Oh no. Oh, I scraped it off. Sure. Probably won't be that noticeable anyway, but... Alright, but that is both weapons glued into the torso. I guess I will pan the camera up a bit? Oh, I love the silly thing. Alright, I physically cannot get a bigger view of it with the way my camera is set up with the angle to my desk, and it's never mattered before. But, here we are. Here is my stupid toy. I am pretty darn happy with it. Did I make mistakes? Sure. Don't care. There, that's kind of a... That might be the best angle I can get on it. Alright, you know what? Let's push some of these paints out of the way. And I'll set the Storm Surge here, on this side. There we go. Looks really good, thank you. So, this will not stop making me chuckle, just because of how many people have commented during games of how big the Storm Surge is, which is this one. This makes me happy. Oh, actually, you know what? Here's a great way to really bring in the context of this. Here's a Space Marine for scale. There. I am so happy with this dumb thing. Especially now that it's all together, and I get to see the final result, compare it to a knight. Unfortunately, I don't have any knights out at the moment. They are all in a tote. Because I had to take them out of my case to have like 2 different armies ready to go. So yeah, none of my knights are easily grabbable without digging them out. But generally speaking, a knight would be about the size of the Storm Surge. Maybe a tad taller, but not much. Like if the Storm Surge wasn't squatting, it would be the same height as a knight. Are the weapons magnetized? Only the arms, unfortunately. I would have loved to have magnetized the back weapons, because they're the ones that, like, swapping those around would have made it a lot more interesting, but that would have required a lot more work on my part, and I didn't, with a kit this expensive, I did not want to mess that up. Because if I tried and if I failed to magnetize it correctly, I don't know if I could fix it. So, depending on how bad this hypothetical screw-up could be, right? And let's be honest, I probably wouldn't have a lot of interest in any of the other shoulder weapons other than this stupid cannon, because, I mean, look at it. But the arms are magnetized at least, because the holes for those were pre-modeled into them, so if I wanted to, I could double up and get either another fusion cannon or the ion cannon, whichever. I forget the exact names of both of them. But so if I wanted to double up on one of the 2 arm options, I could do that. But I think I'm
fairly happy in my choice to just commit to the rail cannon. Because the other weapons are probably statistically better, but this thing can drop even one of the biggest knights in a single attack roll. Because it shoots twice and does 16 damage apiece. So if both hit, that's 32 damage, which will even drop the, I think the Porphyrion has 30 wounds? Maybe it's higher than 30, maybe I'm thinking, maybe it has more wounds than I'm giving it credit for, but yeah, at the very least, it'll drop an average knight or like a Bane tank or a Stompa in one, or it can in one go if both shots land. So and that's the. So if I'm gonna run this silly thing, I might as well give it the weapon that lets it go toe to toe with other big things. Oh, it's so heavy. I have no idea how in the world I'm going to be moving this thing around the table on a regular basis without being terrified of breaking it. It is so heavy. This thing is nuts. Yeah, this was, again, a very, very fun project. I am so happy with it. Every time I look at this thing, it just makes me chuckle. All right, well, thank you, everyone, for hanging out and indulging me in spending a little over a week of streams working on this very silly project. Like I said, there will be no need for a bonus stream tomorrow, because we did finish this, so I am just going to not try to rush around and do too many things at once, and instead I'll be back on Wednesday with my second go in a Majora randomizer. And, yeah. So, again, thanks everyone for hanging out. Let's see if there's anyone to raid tonight, because I've been pretty bad about doing that again. Is there anyone I am currently following streaming? Looks like Dan is playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, which I also don't want to spoil for myself on, so... looks like Lur is doing Super Battle Golf, which, if I recall, the last time I saw was a fun, goofy time, so I will send y'all there. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out, and I'll be back Wednesday with Majora. Have a good night. Oops, right, I need to actually hit the raid button. I know what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. Now I can sign off. All right, for like the 4th time. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. I'll see y'all Wednesday.